Look at the starting lineup that we'll see for Tampa Bay. The Rays will have Bartlett, Crawford, and Longoria, Zobrist, Burrell, and Ibar, Upton, Zahn, and Iwamura. Then Zobrist continuing to have just an outstanding season against the O's.
Take a look at our PNC scouting report on Chris Tillman, 21 years old. And well, he won in the Big Apple, gave up 3 runs, 3-run home run early on to Alex Rodriguez. 2 or fewer runs in 4 of his 9 starts when it comes to run support. So they got him 10 runs on last Friday night. It was a rainy, miserable night, and he's better against lefties because right-handers hit him pretty well at 374. He's going to have to figure out because they have some right-handed firepower in this lineup.
Here is Jason Bartlett, and he will take the pitch outside for a ball, and we are underway. Bartlett, the 5th best average in the American League coming into today's play, hitting at .327. And he has picked up a lot of that against the Orioles. Pitch will be taken outside for a ball. So Bartlett into that leadoff spot with some potent numbers, including some firepower. Crawford and Longoria at the top of this order. Very tough. 2-0 delivery on the way. He's taking, and it is in there for a strike, and it goes to 2-1. Mike DeMuro has the plate. Ron Culpa, Dale Scott, and Rob Drake, the umpiring crew, working the game tonight. Tillman with the 2-1 delivery, and he'll pop that one up to shallow, well, actually second base. He's not going to go anywhere. Shortstop backing up on it. Nestorius has got it. Bartlett's retired.
Take a look at the Oriole defense here tonight at Camden Yards. Fiorentino in left. PA with a great night last night. Markakis should win a Gold Glove. I don't know if he will in right field. Mora, Esturris, Roberts, Wigington around the infield. Matt Wieters behind the plate.
And that will bring up Crawford. Carl Crawford. And he will take the pitch. Defensively, how about last night, Felix PA? He just chased him down. Magnificent plays in the outfield. And that last catch that brought the Orioles off the field, that next half inning ignited their offense. PA will get a chance. Fiorentino coming over. PA wants it, and he's got it.
Yeah, and those catches last night when Tampa Bay got out to that early 5-0 lead really kept Jason Birkin around. He pitched very well. He was much better with his pitch selection and location, but again, defense really helps you. And it took away some potential big innings that allowed the Orioles to come back and get the lead and then extend it as the game went on. And there is Jason Birkin. He came in and thanked Dave Tremblay, his manager, for putting him through all the trouble he did early on when he trailed 5-0. Of course, he's given up 23 first-inning runs in his 20 starts.
We'll talk with him in the top half of the 5th inning, live from the dugout on our Wired Wednesday. Ask him about last night. 2 down, nobody on. Evan Longoria. Longoria will take it outside. Longoria's had a 1 for 8 in this series. Longoria still at the 276 mark. He is 7th in home runs, 2nd in RBIs, and 9th in strikeouts. And you can see by the flutter of the flannel, the wind is blowing tonight. It is blowing primarily in from center field, and at times rather briskly as there are storm showers in the area. 1-2 delivery outside, and 2-2.
Yeah, the wind was blowing on Friday night. We thought that, and it did knock some balls down, but the home run that Alex Rodriguez hit was a towering shot down the left field line. I mean, it was a moon ball, and it still went out of there. But again, the Yankee Stadium a little bit higher than Camden Yards.
Longoria loops it to right. Nick Markakis will be over. He's got it, and Tillman has a solid inning as he retires the side in order. When we come back, a look at the 9 on the field for the O's. leaders against Tampa Bay, 467.
Take a look at our PNC scouting report on the 26th right-hander. Well, Jekyll and Hyde. I mean, different personalities, home and road. There they are. And that ERA, almost 9 runs a game when he's away from the trop. 18 home runs in 89 and a third innings pitched. And then again, you usually have to earn your way on. Very stingy when it comes to walks.
A very disappointing season for Andy Sonnenstein, the 26-year-old who was 13-9 last year. Look at the hits per innings pitched, way up there.
Hey, he came out of nowhere to win 13 games last year, and
they really thought they had themselves a big piece of the rotation, and now they really don't know. It certainly hasn't been this year. Felix PA 1 for 5 in the series. The 0-1 delivery to him will be taken down low for a ball. PA continues in the leadoff spot and moving Roberts down to the number 3 hole that worked so well in the ball game last night. So there's Brian. He's waiting in the hole. Swung out and missed. Pitch down and away, and the count goes to 1-2 on Felix PA.
Andy Sonnenstein, I mean, he's got all the pitches. He's got a cutter, he's got a sinker, changeup, and curveball. Can he pitch down in the strike zone? That is the big question.
PA will rifle that one foul the other way.
And I don't think he's going to throw harder than 88. So it's about changing speeds. And what I saw early on, Gary, was that almost everything ended up in the middle of the plate, and it was belt high. And he can't live there. That's why he got sent to the minor leagues, even though they were scoring over 8 runs a game for him.
1-2 delivery on the way off the end of the bat to right field. Zobrist. He's got it. PA's retired.
Take a look at the Rays defense. Crawford, Upton, and Zobrist. Pretty mobile outfield. Longoria, who's playing like Brooks Robinson, who will be here over the weekend. Gold Glover at third. Bartlett, Iwamura, and Ibar, who made a couple nice plays. And then the veteran Greg Zahn, who started the season with the Orioles last year with the Blue Jays. There is Joe Madden, who got him all the way to the World Series last year.
Orioles are 5th in the league in defense, while Tampa Bay is 9th overall fielding percentage. Cesar Torres, 255. As Torres 4 for 9 in the first 2 games of this series. And he too has been moved around in the order from the bottom, hitting 9th in many games to the number 2 hole for this game. He hit 9th last night and had a 3-hit ball game, 3 for 4 and an RBI. Sonnenstein's pitch will be taken away, and he falls behind 3-0. Dave Tremblay's team trying to get the lead on Tampa Bay here this season, as the season series is tied at 6 games apiece. And you can tell by the jackets you'll see worn around. It is a relatively cool night. 3-0 pitch, and he walked him on 4 straight. And that will bring up Brian Roberts. Brian moved from the leadoff spot to the number 3 spot, giving him a chance for even more RBIs. And even in that, he's continuing to score runs, continuing to be 3rd in the league in runs and 1st, of course, in doubles. 3 straight seasons with 100+ runs. Only Chase Utley currently has more, 4 consecutive.
And when you are hitting leadoff, obviously that's, Brady Anderson used to always talk about it. He liked to hit home runs, hit 50 one year, but your job is to score runs, and Brian does a very, very efficient job. I thought it was interesting in the pregame. He said every time the 8th hitter goes to the plate, he grabs his bat when he's hitting 3rd because he thinks he's going to be up. We've got to get ready. But he said it is nice to hit as he did the 2nd time last night with a couple of guys on. And tonight it's just Torres who. The one thing about Sonnenstein, you cannot run on him. He controls the running game.
That one's going to be the left line drive, and that will be hauled in. That was an atom ball to Crawford.
Yeah, I really don't understand why. And this is respect to Brian Roberts, because he hits every pitch you can throw. Why don't they just throw him fastballs away, play him that way, and at least you'll take away some extra base power? But they don't do it, and he just sprays it around. He doesn't have the green monster. That's how it's just amazing. He can hit over 50 doubles as often as he does.
Pretty steady in that department.
Is he ever?
Here's Nick Markakis, the 301 mark right now, a 1 for 8 in the first 2 games. As Torres is still on at first base, and the pitch will be taken down low. Sonnenstein has had dramatically different numbers when runners are on base. Opponents hitting .414 when there are runners on and .252 when the bases are empty. So out of the stretch has been a real problem for the right-hander. The pitch is in there for a strike, and it goes to 1-1 on Markakis. There are the hit leaders. 175 Markakis behind Ichiro, Jeter, Cano, and Miguel Cabrera of Detroit. Very select company. That ball jammed right center, not deep. Zobrist will be called off. Upton's got it, and that'll do it. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one left on base, one complete, and no score. Little rain coming down. All right. A lot of rain's coming down. Here's Ben Zobrist. And it is very, very dark. Real storm clouds. Zobrist in the leadoff, batting in the cleanout spot, rather, has gone 4 for 8 in the series. Switch hitter. He will take the pitch inside for a ball. Tillman retiring the side in order in the first inning. That has not happened a lot for any Orioles pitcher this season. First inning has been a bad one. Center field. PA. Zobrist is retired. 3 consecutive fly ball outs. On Friday, don't miss the first ever interactive Oriole Park scavenger hunt presented by AT&T. Your Birds will be taking on the Red Sox. 7:05. First 10,000 fans 15 and over will receive that Can-Cozy Kazoo with instructions on how to play this unique text-to-win experience. Tickets start as low as $15. To get yours, call the Orioles 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com. That'll be on Friday night. One down, Pat Burrell. Burrell 2 for 1. Home run picked up in the ball game last night. Did not play in game 1. He's had all 14 of his home runs this year off right-handed pitchers. 62 RBIs on the year.
Yeah, they got him because over his 8 years with Philadelphia, he averaged about 31 home runs. On base percent real high, which it isn't. He got only 2 home runs in the last 25 games. Put a nice swing on the slider, hit it to right center for 3-run home run last night.
That one to right. Nick Markakis coming over. 2 down. Tillman having a fly ball out now. There's all the outs. 5 of them have been recorded in the air.
Well, you mentioned the wind appears to be blowing in. So if you can get him to hit it in the air instead of the line drives, wind's going to knock it down.
And it will be very gusty at times with these showers going back and forth and around here tonight. 2 down, nobody on. Here is Ibar. Ibar getting the start at first base. Ibar is a switch hitter. 233 right-handed, 255 left. He's had 5 home runs from each side of the plate. 0-1 count on him. Tillman's delivery. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Now Tillman looking to get 6 in a row recorded. This is his 9th major league start. 1-1 here at home with a 4.84 ERA. That one a little dance step by Ibar underneath the feet and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Well, career high 8 strikeouts against the Yankees in 5 innings, and he had the curveball and the changeup working. They couldn't really sit on any one pitch.
1-2 delivered. Some question whether or not this will be the final start for Chris Tillman this year. He is not in the same category as Brian Mattis as far as total innings pitched, but he's very close. And no formal announcement on whether he will end his rotation duties tonight or not. Melvin Moore down at third, and a real good start for Tillman. He's retired 6 in a row. No score here at Camden Yards. Game 3 of the 4-game set.
And that is a cleanup hitter. There are hitters like Reimold and Jones and Markakis that can hit for power, but not a true number 4 hitter. And today Dave Tremblay said you need that to compete in the AL East. Pitching and defense is a good thing to have, but you have to have run producers and you have to have power. Now, as far as filling that hole, Andy McPhail has said that he will look to free agents in the offseason, trades and other ways to find a big bat to come here to Baltimore. Now, also, if you look to the minor leagues, there is power in the minor league system, but Dave Tremblay today said that is usually raw power. Those guys just need to learn to hit right now, then come to the big leagues, and that's where that power will develop further. Gary?
Certainly the search, Amber, is on. Melvin Moore has got one down the line. That's going to be a base hit into the corner. Carl Crawford over to get it. Moore is on his way to second base, and he's got a double, and there's the first hit of the ball game. And a 4-game hit streak for Melvin Moore. He's having a big time September at the plate.
Well, he's hitting 31 of the last 45, and what Amber just talked about is the one disappointing thing for not only for Melvin but also for the ball club is just a lack of power, extra base hits, which he had such a great second half last year. 12 home runs, all the RBIs. So this year just hadn't been able to get himself into that mode.
That will bring up Luke Scott. Luke with a runner on at second base, coming off a 22nd home run in the ball game last night and a 2 RBI game, which he garnered 3 hits and a couple of runs scored. And he really got a hold of it.
Yeah, he gloves balls. He just doesn't hit them. Nobody with greater raw strength than Luke Scott on this ball club. And again, they put the shift on. Longoria will stay over at third. Normally he'd be over in shortstop because of Melvin being at second.
That ball in the air to left field. Crawford misjudged it and still makes the catch. Runner will tag. Good play by Mora. He will get over to third base. That one almost got over the head of Crawford.
Well, blustery, rainy night. Well, right there it comes in and then makes a nice play to get it. Very good base running by Melvin Moore. because he's able to tag up and then get into scoring position. So quality at bat in a sense for Luke Scott. Hit it hard, gets the runner over.
Now Matt Waiters will get to pick it up right where he left off last night. His first 5 RBI ball game, and a first by a rookie since 2001, a 5 RBI night. Geronimo Gil had it back then. This man had it last night.
Oh yeah, all kinds of hits. The big curveball up the middle off of Neiman, and then Bradford. And he golfs one out of here.
RBI chance here, taken down the line. Crawford tagging Mora. Crawford's got it. Here's the throw coming all the way to the plate and way off the mark. RBI for Matt Waiters on the sacrifice fly, and the Orioles take the lead on his 32nd run batted in.
Yeah, very difficult play for a left-handed outfielder going to the line, so he's got to throw back against the grain, and then the ball tails all over the place. Situational hitting. So he's going to his right, and then Boyd just drops his elbow, and the ball tails all over. You can see Greg Zahn catches it, but not even any chance. So the Orioles on the board.
Get one done. Yeah. Good job by Melvin Moore tagging up and moving, and Weeder and getting the ball out so that he could score. Moore crosses. Ty Wigginton an 0 for 4. Wigginton played in game 1 of this series. Did not play last night. Wigginton will be going for the downs right here with the bases empty and 2 away. He's got a 2-0 count.
There is nobody on the roster, the active roster, that has ever hit a home run off of Andy Sonesson. The guy that's done the damage is Adam Jones. Had a couple of home runs, 5 out of 5 for 7 with 4 extra base hits. Remember when Adam started swinging hard, getting that 20th home run? I said, Adam, usually don't try to hit a home run. He said, well, I did it off this guy.
Once in a while, and he just missed on that one as he got out in front of it. And Crawford in foul territory will make the nice catch. So a run in on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. After 2, the Orioles have the 1-0 lead. The Orioles as we go to the 3rd inning. Upton's had a 2 for 9 in the first 2 games. B.J. Upton hitting at .235 on the year. Bottom third of the orders on an Iwamura will follow. Chris Tillman pitches outside. Light rain off and on. Not enough to affect play to this point.
Well, it shouldn't bother him. That's the way he pitched Friday night in Yankee Stadium.
He's going to be the mutter to right. Nick Markakis again up in the air, getting the fly ball outs. One down here. Tomorrow is the final kids night of the 09 season here at Oriole Park. All youngsters 10 and under can receive a free upper reserve seat when accompanied by a paying adult. Up to 2 free kids per adult ticket. So gather up the family for an affordable night at Oriole Park. It'll be the Rays here again. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com. Bring the kids. See you here at the yard. There's Greg Zahn. Zahn had an 0 for 2 in the one start that he had in the first 2 games. Zahn hitting 200 right-handed, 299 left-handed. A couple of home runs, both hit left-handed. That one to center field. PA backing up. Boy, you talk about a pronounced fly ball pitching effort so far. They all have been up in the air but one.
Well, you're sitting next to a guy. I mean, you know, that's what I did. And I think what happens is when early on you have good stuff, maybe a little extra. Second time around, you better make some quality pitches because they'll make some adjustments. But of course, Chris Tillman can do that. And again, only 21 years old. He's got a change up. He's already established that. I haven't thrown him too many curveballs tonight, but he's got a really good one. I'm not sure. And you can see right there, Matt Wieters saying, hey, keep the left shoulder closed, because he missed not only to Zahn, but also to Iwamura about a 1.5 feet outside.
That's what happens when you come through with it.
Yep.
Akinori Iwamura, a 5-game hit streak in which he has gone 6 for 18, including the 2 for 5 that he's had in this series. 1-1 delivery to him. Iwamura will take it away. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Obviously, to Tillman and Sonnenstein's benefit, if they got a chance to win the ball game, is to get these early outs early and quickly. The weather conditions being what they are. Pitch will be taken down low, and the count goes to 3-1. Only 21 years old, 4.91 ERA. He's only won 1 of his last 5, 3 losses and 1 no decision. And another one in the air. Melvin Mora will come over near the Tampa Bay dugout and runs out of room. Prior to the new rule, you could have gone down the steps and made that catch, and it would have been official. You can't do that anymore.
And take a forearm shiver from some guy. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once you get in there, it's not like a free lunch.
Now you can lean in,
right,
but you can't go in. Can't step inside the dugout to make a catch. Melvin taking a little what for from the Tampa Bay dugout. 3 ball, 2 strike count on Iwamura. Ground ball to short is Turris. Boy, Tillman's rocking. He's retired the first 9 once through the order for Tillman, and nothing off him. The Orioles have the 1-0 lead. To bring you out in the rain.
Well, it's just a light sprinkle. The temperature's dropped considerably. I know you guys are up there having hot chocolate and probably got hand warmers, but the rest of us are down here in the trenches with the real people.
Mucklucks, too.
We're the unreal people, apparently. Okay. How about the start by Tillman? He makes it look, when it's going good, and it looks so easy, doesn't it? And it's
Boy, it sure does. He threw a nice curveball there. Changeup is good. It looked nice. You know, he's pitching downhill.
I like the fly balls myself, to be quite honest.
Yeah, with that flag blowing straight in, you would.
Fiorentino up in the 1-1 delivery will be slapped to second base. Moore has got it.
You know, Dave, when you look at the year, obviously you would like to have had more wins, but against the Red Sox, the Yankees, and the Angels, the Orioles are 9-34. What is going to be able to turn those numbers around as we head towards next year?
Better pitching, and better pitching late in the games. I think a lot of those games we lost from the 7th inning on. I think we've got to do a better job of, pitching late in the game, and I think we need a power bat to kind of neutralize, the offense that those other teams have.
PA on the fly ball out to Crawford, and there are 2 quick outs.
I wish the guys weren't making this easy on me, and I told them this is not part of the deal. I'd stay on for a while if they'll hit. I mean, they don't have to do this.
They're just trying to gain your favor.
Oh, it's too late.
Okay.
Too late.
All right.
The cake's already been in the oven. They burned it.
They're in the same position we're in then. All right. How about one final on Tillman? Do you think are there any plans to shut him down after tonight, or will he go on?
No, I think he's going to pitch. I think he's got at least 2 more starts. He might get just 1, but I think he's going to get at least 2 more. It might be after that he gets another one. It depends on, I think at this point in time of the year, Jim would probably agree. I think it's how hard he's got to work to get outs. But, on the other hand, I think you got to extend these guys. If they tell you they're okay, they got to learn how to pitch late in the year. We're not trying to get these guys so they all get shut down before the season over. We're trying to teach people what it takes to win. And in order to win, a lot of it is preparation. And if people aren't prepared, then I think they need to go home and make a gut check this offseason. Jim and I talked about this during batting practice today. And get yourself in shape and prepare yourself both mentally and physically to pitch through October.
Amen.
Good. Skip, we appreciate it. Thanks very much again for being with us.
My pleasure.
Dave Tremblay, skipper of the Orioles. And that's exactly the kind of attitude you've got to have if you're going to move on. And moving on means increasing the number of W's in the column for next year. And the excuses just aren't going to work. 2 down here, nobody on is Turris. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way, and swung on and missed. Sonnenstein gets his first strikeout, and he has a 1-2-3 inning. The Orioles, however, have the lead. Wieters RBI sac fly.
So every home game used baseballs from the 2009 season will be on sale. Gary?
All right, and a great way to take a souvenir home here from Camden Yards. Another fly ball. Jason Bartlett, PA, coming hard. There's plenty of time to get under it, and Bartlett has popped out and flied out. 10 in a row retired now by Chris Tillman, one down in the 4th inning.
Yeah, we talked about it on Monday night. They had scored 8 runs in 7 games. They had lost 11 in a row when Tampa Bay came in, but they hit the fastball pretty well. But tonight, everybody said, and I haven't seen it, Chris Tillman's fastball was straight. I don't think it's straight at all.
Tampa Bay guys, I guarantee you, don't think.
No, I think it's got 8. When he throws it well. I think early on this year, maybe a little trouble coming out of the bullpen and having as good a velocity in the 1st inning as he would maybe 2 innings later. He's figured that out a little bit better.
Carl Crawford at the plate. Crawford flied out his first time up. The 10+ homers and 50+ steals seasons. The most times done, Ricky Henderson. Carl Crawford has done it 4 years consecutively. And there's the first base hit for the Rays. Crawford gets the single with 1 down here in the 4th inning. And now the speedster, with the Orioles up 1-0, will be taking a look at Tillman and thinking about second base.
Yeah, you would imagine that would be the case with 57 steals. Did get caught last night for the 13th time.
Jacoby Ellsbury with 61 still leads the American League. Crawford behind him with 57. There are the leaders. B.J. Upton also at 37, up there among the leader group. Longoria flied out to right field his first time up. Evan just 1 hit in 9 at bats so far in this series against the Orioles. This year, Longoria is hitting .294, 4 homers and 10 RBIs against the Birds. 1-0 count.
Yeah, somewhat distracting. I asked Evan yesterday about what's it like with Crawford hitting in front of you when he gets on.
There he goes. Here's the throw. Wieters right there. He got him. Oh, why did he put that one on the money? You don't very often see a ball that's in the glove waiting for Carl Crawford.
Well, watch the exchange and watch the pitch. See right there. I mean, look how quickly, and then the accuracy. That has been the problem. Well, they just worked very hard on it. You talked about it in our opening. I mean, this is not a kid that just came up here and sat around. He's tried to get better and has been able to do it. But there's never been a problem with the arm strength from Matt Wieters.
That's
Don Werner. Yeah, Don Werner, the catching instructor, working on the release and really the directness of the way he would step. There's a strike to Longoria. So, and also, I always felt if I wanted Rick Dempsey or Elrod Henry, Etchebarren, whoever was catching, give him a good pitch to throw a runner out. You throw that big, slow breaking ball, they're going to steal all the time.
3-1 delivery on the way, and he walked him. Wieters has now thrown out 26% of base stealers on the season. The average is somewhere around 29 or 30% right now.
So you have a runner on. Looked like a first pitch changeup. There's a stolen base where they throw him out. So I think right here you got a young pitcher that realizes that the guy at the plate with one swing can hit one out of here. So trying to be careful. Not that this kid can.
That look brought to you by Northrop Grumman, the information systems powerhouse. Here is Ben Zobrist. Zobrist flying out his first time up. Zobrist against the Orioles this season has put up good numbers, power numbers in particular. Zobrist will chop that one, and that's going to be a foul ball. In fact, the home plate umpire had already said it. Got him in the batter's box. Mike DeMuro. Zobrist this year against the Orioles, .417. He's had 3 home runs and 11 RBIs. As this has been the ball club that he's had the best average against in the dozen games the two teams have played on the season.
Well, he is a fastball hitter, or should I say a better fastball hitter, but hits the hanging breaking ball. So when you just can't spin it up there. 16 of his home runs, the 23 home runs have come from this side. Has not hit one. This will be, if he hits one today, it will be 19 games since he hit a home run.
So Zobrist will stand back in with an 0-2 count on him. Tillman with 2 down, and Longoria on at first base. Evan Longoria back in. Longoria doesn't steal a lot of bases. He is 7 for 7 on the year. He hasn't extended his lead over there at first.
Yeah, I think at this juncture in the game, you better make it with you have a home run guy at the plate.
Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way, and that one to right field. Nick Markakis a couple of steps over and back, and he's got it. And that will retire the side. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. The Orioles stay on top, 1-0. Honda clearance. It's the only thing from Honda that won't last. Orioles have a 1-0 lead. We've seen in the first 2 games varying swings. Tampa Bay 8-4 in the opener of this series. The Orioles 10-5 in game 2. Andy Sonnenstein a walk and a strikeout so far as the Orioles hit here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Brian Roberts flied out first time up, and he'll take the pitch. It is in there for a strike. With the mascots from all around the Orioles organization on hand, time to have fun and games. I don't think that's the way musical chairs is meant to be played. That one takes a hop into right field. Ibar was right there, and the ball just slid up his arm. I'm not sure if it was a bad hop or misplayed, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, hit sharply, but you got to imagine they're going to give him an error because it's right at him.
It's an error.
Yeah, I mean, right there, he just doesn't catch it. Good thing for the Orioles. Sonnenstein's got to be a little disappointed because Brian Roberts, I mean, he's not really Carl Crawford in the sense, but he can steal bases with 29. He's only been caught 7 times.
So Roberts, the leadoff man on, and Sonnenstein, the one thing he has done, 77% of the time retiring leadoff batters. It doesn't help him very much, but
32 starts last year. They only tried to run on him 4 times, successful once.
Roberts without a big lead over there for the moment.
It's just amazing. Didn't expect to make the club. 5-10 the year before, wins 13 games, never walks 3 guys till the final game of the year in those 32 starts.
And then this year it all falls apart. Here's the delivery. Nick Markakis will take it. He flied out his first time up.
Well, he didn't have good numbers against left-handers last year, even though he had a good year. So they worked real hard on getting lefties out. And this year he's had trouble, just as Chris Tillman, getting right-handers out.
368 right-handers against him. Left-handers 275.
And 11 of the 18 home runs, which even compounds the amount of runs you're going to give up.
1-0 count. Markakis in the air. Left center field. Carl Crawford. He's got it. Roberts back to the bag, 1 down. Friday is student night presented by AT&T, and your Birds will host the Red Sox 7:05. All students of any age with a valid school ID can purchase a left field upper reserve seat for just $6. Only 2 student nights left this season, so don't miss your chance. 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. That's Friday night. And you'll get to see Brooksy. Brooks Robinson will be here Friday with a pregame presentation to be made to Melvin Mora, who has moved into the number 2 spot all time for the Orioles in games played at second base. And in honor of that, third base rather, Brooksy's going to be here for the pregame ceremony. The delivery is nubbed. Foul.
Well, what was he doing?
Everything he could to make it fair, but it wasn't going to come back the other way. Melvin Mora hadn't run, so Ibar decided, well, if this thing will go fair, I got 2 easy outs coming, but it didn't.
I figured after the error he'd just catch it regardless if it was fair or foul. Build up their confidence. Yeah.
Mora with a 1 strikeout. Melvin had a double and scored in the second inning on the RBI by Matt Wieters on a sac fly.
Yeah, nice weekend series. You get to see some of the young pitchers against a team that's won 6 in a row. Get to see Buchholz, who hit the Orioles a couple of years ago against Jeremy Guthrie, who's been pitching well. Unfortunately, you get to see John Lester on Saturday night, who's as good as anybody in baseball now. The big left-hander.
Probably not playable.
And then maybe Dice K, who came back out of nowhere, pitched very, very well for the Red Sox. At least his scheduled day would be Sunday.
I think he's going to pitch again. He looked like the Dice K of a year ago, a season before.
Maybe even better, because they said effective and efficient. He's usually, as he won 18-3 last year. I know he won 18 games. I don't know if it was 2 or 3 losses. He was very effective, but he wasn't efficient.
Yeah.
Totally different approach last night.
And quick. They said he looked refreshed and throwing a real live fastball. Mora did not get a fastball there. Breaking ball. Ibar one way or the other is going to have to make one of the plays on Mora, and he just did. That thing snow coned out of his glove. Mora's retired. Talking about pitching, we are looking at some of the candidates for the postseason awards here. How about Cy Young Award in the American League? CC Sabathia, I think, is going to be at the top of that. Feldman of Texas out of nowhere. Verlander of Detroit, depends on how he finishes. Beckett, Halladay, and Hernandez. I think Jim all get consideration.
Well, Felix is coming on. I mean, Halladay, good numbers, low ERA, but Hernandez even lower, even though he does pitch in a pitcher's park. Sabathia did win it 2 years ago. Didn't even won 19 games that year.
CC has certainly made a tremendous difference in that Yankee team.
And pitching in that ballpark.
2 down, runner on at first. Shift is on again, this time the full shift. Scott flied out to left his first time up. They moved the third baseman Longoria virtually to second base, and then have 3 on the right side. They couldn't do that the first time up because there was a runner at second, so Longoria played over to third, which left the entire left side of the infield open. 1-0 count. The outfield straight away, and the pitch taken down low, and the count will go to 2-0 on Luke Scott.
Yeah, Luke heating up. He hit about 3 or 4 balls in Yankee Stadium, wind blowing in. He might have had at least 2-3 home runs up there. The home run last night, the double hits the other night. I asked Terry Criley, hitting instructor, I said, why not more balls to left? He said, well, you know what? Check out the defense. They pound him in, they play him to pull, and dare him to hit it into the defense.
Just like that.
Yeah, and I mean, you got 3 guys, so what do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 defenders waiting over there for you to hit him at it. Maybe 6 if you want to count Longoria.
2 down, runner at first. Luke Scott, 3-0 count. Sonnenstein has walked 1. He surrendered the walk to his tourist in the first inning. Scott taking all the way. That is a strike on the inside corner. Luke in September hitting 194. He has had a couple of home runs, 7 hits in 37 at bats in the month of September. 3 ball, 1 strike count on him. The Orioles have the 1-0 lead on a sac fly Wieters got in the second. Tillman has walked 1, struck out none, and given up only 1 hit to the Rays. And Scott fouls that one off, and Zahn got most of it.
been doing it for over 20 years. In fact, start catching early on. The nephew of Rick Dempsey. I think they've got him somewhere in the knee or leg or whatever. Don't want to get hit in the whatever. It's not good.
Mama said there'd be days like this.
Yeah.
3 ball, 2 strike count, 2 down. Runner at first will be going. The delivery is hit in the air to right field. It is way back and off the top of the wall. On the fly, Brian Roberts will score. It is an RBI double, and the Orioles have a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, when I was talking to Terry Crowley, I said, you know what? But when you can hit the ball as hard as Luke Scott, why not pitch him away and let him try to hit it the other way? I mean, he just smokes this ball. Unfortunately, the scoreboard, when they built Camden Yards, they wanted a quirkiness. That's like this old Shibe Park up in Philadelphia. That scoreboard resembles it, and he belts it off that for another RBI, another Oriole run.
That's 70 runs batted in for Luke Scott on the season. The Orioles take a 2-0 lead, and it came with 2 down. Matt Wieters, the other RBI, stands in now with a runner on at second base, and a chance for yet another run to be driven in here. Wieters, an even 300 in September, coming into this game with a home run. And Matt will take the pitch for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on the Oriole catcher. Well, Luke Scott continuing to put some numbers up against Tampa Bay.
Well, he's had a nice year with runners in scoring position. 290. And that number just went up.
Wieters towards second base. Iwamura. And got it. But a run in, and the Orioles take a 2-0 lead on our Wired Wednesday. Jason Birkin, who gutted one out. Would pick up the victory in it. He is now 5-11, and on our Wired Wednesday, Jason is going to join us live from the dugout as back to work goes Tillman, and the pitch will be taken outside. First of all, Jason, congratulations on a real gutty effort in the ball game last night. What do you think about when you're down 4-0 in the first, and then by the third it's 5-0? What do you do to keep yourself focused the way you want to be in the game?
Well, our offense is obviously very capable of scoring a lot of runs, and it's something they've done all year. And I was just trying to, stay focused and keep us where we're at. I knew at some point our offense would come around and give us a chance to win the game as long as I could keep us in the game.
I was talking to Matt Wieters, and he said after the third inning, it was like a different pitcher was out there. Can you kind of share what the feeling was when you really got into a great rhythm?
I think around the third inning I started throwing my changeup a little more and started feeling myself really getting good extension on my pitches. And once I started feeling myself getting out front and staying back a little better, I was able to get command of my fastball, get my slider and my breaking ball down the zone, because the first couple innings I was up in the zone quite a bit.
Melvin Mora, throw, tag is put on. Nice play by Mora, giving Wigginton an opportunity, getting it over there, and Pat Burrell's retired.
You know, Jason, you had a terrific year at AA last year. Can you share with the people at home what the big difference is between pitching at AA ball, even though you had a brief stay at AAA this year, and then coming to the big league?
Well, I think the biggest thing for me was the difference for me was being able to locate my fastball. When I first came up, I don't think I was pitching as much as I should, and having the passes just kind of throwing a little too much. But it's harder to put guys away up here. You have to make better pitches when you're behind the count, and everybody up here can hit the fastball, but it's just a matter of locating it. It's been the biggest difference for me.
Lots of talk, Jason, about the off-season by the manager and the organization, about, for everybody, off-season conditioning and getting ready for a new season and things that need to be done. What do you look to do in the off-season in that regard?
I think the biggest thing for me is just obviously take my time off after the year. It's going to be the first time I've pitched through September, so I'll probably pitch more innings than I have in the past. And the thing for me is just to get rest, and once that time comes around and start working out again, I'll try to get in the best shape possible. I'm sure I'll lift some weights, and just more so anything is give myself a mental break, because being up here obviously is a physical challenge, but I think even more so it's a mental challenge. So it'll be good for me to get some rest and so just condition and get ready for next year.
It seems like the future of the Orioles obviously is young pitching. It seems like you guys, and I saw you, David Hernandez has been struggling, tell him that, hey, I've kind of turned it around. It seems like you guys get together and really get along well, even though there is obviously a competition among you.
Yeah, we were all together in AA last year, and our staff was pretty good. I think all of us had 10 wins, and we're obviously all close off the field as well as on the field. So for us, it's just a matter of, there's obviously some friendly competition there, but we always have each other's backs, and we want to see each other do well, and we're all kind of going through this together, so we have to lean on each other a little bit and look for each other in times. And I think for all of us being together last year, it's definitely helps a lot this year.
The 3-2 delivery on the way, and Ibar fights it off. How much does Matt Wieters figure into what you and the rest of the young pitchers are doing?
Matt's done an unbelievable job. I'm sure you guys have pointed out before, he's got a lot on his table right now as far as coming up here and hitting, and obviously having to manage a young pitching staff, and he's done an outstanding job, and he's helped us through. He's helped all of us through this time, and he's been a huge part of my success, and I'm sure the other guys will say the same thing.
How do you like that bit of defense?
That's a pretty good play by Wiggy over there. That was nice.
I don't know how long we get a chance to ask you all these questions, but you weren't even invited to spring training. Did you have any inkling when you don't go to spring training? We don't have to discuss how that felt, but that you were going to be in the big leagues this year?
I just, even at that point, you throw it this year, but the biggest thing for me is I've always just tried to stay positive, and, it's not necessarily where you start, but it's where you finish. I knew that whether I was in AA or AAA and big league camp or not, I just had to go out there and pitch well, and things would take care of itself. And, obviously you want to get invited, and I didn't get a chance, but I didn't take it personal. I didn't take it as an insult. So I just knew I had to keep working hard, and at some point, if I keep pitching well and threw the ball well, I'd get my chance.
Well, you've taken advantage of it, Jason. We deeply appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you out here for the rest of the season and next year. And thanks for joining us.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
You got it, fella. Jason Birkin, a 25-year-old who got the victory last night in the ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery, and that was a fine play by Wigginton on Ibar to deny him a base hit and to get the second out.
I was talking to him before the game, and I said, it seems like you're more comfortable at third. He said, well, I'm really more comfortable at second. I didn't realize when I started playing third how close it is to home plate. But I think he might have felt that ball right there was pretty close to home plate because it was hit so hard.
Wiggy said, and I think he's right. I asked him, I said, how many games for a bench player do you think you got to play a week to stay as though you're playing every day? And he said, it's not that, it's the mental part of it. He said, if you're not playing every day, there's nothing you can do but try and keep yourself mentally prepared. He said, that for me has been the hardest part of this season. Stay mentally prepared to work in the field and at the plate, and at the same time get your body loose. So when I finally get 2 or 3 games together consecutively, I feel like my body's loosened up and I'm ready to play defense. Because I was talking to him about the other night at third. I thought he made a couple of outstanding plays, and I said he was playing like he was 23 again. He said, that's just my body's muscles finally having a chance to relax, feel loose, and gives me a chance to do what I can do. He said, when you're only playing once a week, you don't ever get to that point.
It's also his number.
Yeah, that's right. 3-2 delivery on the way, and that's going to be fouled off. Wieters took that one.
Well, Tillman at 6'5", and Dave Tremblay was talking about, and a rough night for the catchers. I'll tell you, a lot of people have said because of the rigors of catching and Wieters' bat, you were thinking that maybe eventually he's going to play another position just because his bat's going to be that good.
That one grounded to short as Torres is up with it, makes the play and gets the out. A 1-2-3 inning for Tillman. He's retired the side in order 4 out of the 5 innings. Ballpark, and the mascots from throughout the Orioles organization are on hand, along with a lot of the young players. Nobody having more fun than the mascots and those who are watching. Like John Shelby. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. They're having a great time entertaining the fans tonight, and then kind of sitting back, relaxing during the game.
So that's Bluefield, maybe? Trying to look at the name underneath.
See, the fans who either had season tickets at the affiliates or came in with any kind of the logo of the minor league affiliates, they got $5 off a regularly priced ticket tonight. There you go, right there. A 2-0 lead. Orioles 2-2-0, 0-1-1 for the Rays. One of the runs unearned for the O's as a result of an error in that 4th inning. Here's Ty Wigginton. Wigginton, Fiorentino, and PA. Wigginton flying out to left his first time up. 0-1 delivery.
Good movement there. One thing about Sonnenstein, with a couple of exceptions, able to stay out of the middle of the plate. And again, a lot of home runs, 18 and just about 90 innings coming in. But again, only Adam Jones hitting home runs. So there's a good curveball. So again, the formula doesn't change from night to night. If you can get ahead, then you can use your curveball to pitch underneath the strike zone. He does a great job of it there.
Good off-speed delivery on that one. And Wigginton is the second strikeout victim that Sonnenstein has had in the game. Sonnenstein's first start of the year against the Orioles, he gave up 5 runs, 8 hits, and 4 2/3. He faced them again on May 12. He gave up 7 runs on 9 hits in just 2 innings in that ball game. Part of the problem that raised that ERA to the point they had to send him down. He had the highest ERA in the league at the time. They sent him to the minors. That one is going to be chopped foul. Just missed going over the bag. Fiorentino.
Yeah, his last appearance was actually as a bullpen. He had never done that before. Up in New York in a rain game that was eventually called by rain, pitched an inning.
He hasn't started since Labor Day at Yankee Stadium. Second game of a doubleheader against A.J. Burnett. He lost it 11-1, and in that game got hit hard by the Yankees. 2 2/3 innings. He gave up 8 runs on 6 hits. Jeff Fiorentino will take it down low. I was asking him about the bat. We've talked about it with that big handle and knob on at the end. I said, you got a model of anybody's? And in fact, he does. Lou Montañez said Montañez was hot last year. So I said, bat works for him. I'm going to use it. So that's the bat model that he uses. And he really likes that bottom part that keeps his hand tight on the lower part of the bat. 2-2 delivery. That one will be popped up left side. Longoria. And he's got it. And there are 2 down. Join Orioles Reach and the Oriole Advocates for the Cardboard to Leather collection Saturday before the Red Sox game. Volunteers will be at each entrance to accept donations, new and gently used baseball and softball equipment. Cash donations also accepted. There'll also be a silent auction inside Gate D. And for those who donate, you'll receive a Melvin Mora autographed player card. You can go to OriolesReach.com for more info. That's coming up Saturday. So if you've got some usable baseball or softball equipment, please bring it to the ballpark for those who need it. 2 down. PA first ball hitting. Felix PA has flied out a couple of times. 0 for 2 in this game and 1 for 7 in the series. PA has really done a number increasing the average with the playing time in center field. PA 1 home run here this month. 0-1 delivery to him, a chopper out of the reach of Sonnenstein, and that's to his benefit because Iwamura got to play it, and it is a 1-2-3 inning. The Orioles remain on top, a 2-0 lead. Wieters and Scott the RBIs.
Jake Peavy is going to make his debut Saturday for the White Sox against Kansas City. Also, Randy Johnson returns as a reliever for the Giants. And Jorge Posada has been suspended 3 games and fined $3,000 for his role in last night's brawl. Also, Toronto reliever Jesse Carlson has also been suspended 3 games for his role in that brawl. Gary?
Boy, that was some brawl, Amber. They went at it. It's Jorge Posada put the elbow in. That ball hit deep to right field by Zahn. Markakis back. Goodbye, home run, Greg Zahn. So the former Oriole picks up the second hit of the ball game for Tampa Bay and cuts the Orioles lead in half. It is 2-1.
Yeah, 7th home run as you see on the screen, but 3rd as a Ray. Again, good fastball hitter. Was really swinging the bat when the Orioles traded him. Again, just a fastball in the middle of the plate. We have seen the results of that, and Zahn getting the bat started.
And a 2-1 ball game.
And that ball seemed to carry.
Yeah, it did.
And not that he didn't hit it well, because he did, but the wind didn't knock it down.
13 surrendered by Tillman on the season, and the 5th hit by a left-hander. So now it is just a 2-1 game. Each team only 2 hits in the ball game. And that's a big one right there for Tampa Bay. Iwamura grounded out his first time up, and Iwamura will take that to left field. Fiorentino, he's got it. Iwamura is retired. One away here in the 6th inning. Pitcher dominated ball game so far. The 2-2-0 for the Orioles, 1-2-1 for the Rays. Only 2 left on by the O's and 1 by the Rays. Jason Bartlett hitting in the leadoff spot. He has popped out and flied out as Bartlett continues to have a great year against the Orioles, hitting .400, a couple of home runs and 4 RBIs. That one an atom ball, Nick Markakis.
Well, part of the process is to trust your stuff, and Tillman obviously does it tonight because he's not. I mean, he's thrown some pitches that he's gotten some into deep counts, but most of the time he's challenging these guys, and they can hit the fastball. I mean, even there, okay, you throw strike one, he hits it well, but you do have 7 guys playing behind you, and Markakis there to make the out. And there you go, outside corner.
Crawford is singled and flied out in the 2 at-bats he's had in this ball game. Kyle Crawford 2 down, nobody on, 1-0 delivery to it, and that is taken for a strike. And it goes to 1-1. Tillman also working at a really good clip here. That ball will be fouled away, and a 1-ball 2-strike count.
Well, pretty refreshing night in a sense. It's not hot and humid. Great night to pitch. Not cold enough to really affect probably the feel of the ball. Certainly hasn't affected the result.
Last outing for Tillman, he had a career high 8 strikeouts against the Yankees. He has not struck anybody out in this ball game with 2 down here in the 6th inning, and he has walked only 1. He's just let the defense do the work, and he's thrown just 78 pitches. That will be a base hit for Crawford. So Crawford's 2 for 3, and the potential tying run is on with 2 down here in the 6th inning.
And as I mentioned, as the game progresses and they've seen you 3rd time up to the plate, when you miss up, and that was just a high changeup that Crawford didn't miss, and now again the ability to steal a base. I would imagine, even though Longoria's coming up with 2 outs, this might be more of one of those base stealing situations.
Longoria, there he goes. Here's the throw by Wieters, right there again, and he got him. Oh, Matt Wieters is putting on a show behind the plate in this game. He has made 2 perfect throws and nails Crawford for the 2nd time tonight. This throw was even better than the first one. Watch as Roberts gets set. It is right there into the runner. 2-1 O's lead. Refreshing beer.
Perfect throw to get one of the best, the elite. There you go, right there. Slap the tag on him, Brian Roberts. And a breaking ball this time, even a better throw. And really not much choice other than just to put the glove down, and he slides into it. Perfect throws by Matt Wieters.
Crawford had been caught only 12 times coming into the ball game. Wieters has caught him twice, and that last one left Longoria standing at the plate, bat in hand, and you want that.
Oh, do you ever?
0-1 delivery on the way, and it is taken for a strike as Turris batting second. He has walked and struck out in the ball game. Orioles with a 2-1 lead, bottom half of the 6th inning. The 0-2 Sonnenstein's off-speed breaking ball is going to miss outside.
And Mike DeMuro, who is the son of Lou DeMuro, when I was pitching, has done a terrific job tonight. Very consistent strike zone.
1-2 hit hard to first base. Ibar handcuffed, gets it. Underhand pitch. Sonnenstein gets there and gets the out. Ibar's had an adventure tonight down there at first base. On Saturday, October 3, celebrate Oktoberfest at Oriole Park. The first 10,000 fans 21 and over at that night's O's Blue Jays game will receive an Orioles tankard presented by Guinness. Plus, all weekend long is Fan Appreciation Weekend. So gather up the friends and make it a night. Oriole Park 2009. Tickets start just $9. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com. It'll be tankard night on October 3.
Yeah, every ground ball is Adventureland down at first base tonight.
Ibar's just been all over the place.
Well, it doesn't look like he's got his footwork down. I mean, he doesn't play a lot of first. Last year played a lot of third before. In fact, he was playing third before Longoria came up, and then played a lot of third when Evan had the wrist problem later in the year.
He committed the error on a Brian Roberts ground ball in the 4th inning that resulted in the unearned run. Brian reached on the error and would come around to score with 2 down, with Luke Scott delivering a double. We said Brian continues up among the leaders as far as runs are concerned. Sean Figgins 106, Damon 102, and then Brian also with 102, having added 1 tonight. 1 ball, 2 strike delivery to him, and that's going to be taken away. Sonnenstein certainly does not look like a 7.15 ERA pitcher tonight.
And even higher than that on the road, as we told you, 1-8 with an ERA close to 9 runs a game.
2-2 delivery to Roberts will be taken up high. Sonnenstein with a walk and 2 strikeouts in the game.
Well, Gary, if you can't figure it out with Greg Zahn behind the plate, because this guy's been around long enough to steer you through and at least get the right fingers down, you ultimately make the decision what you want to throw. Well, it's going to have a good game plan.
3-2 delivery on the way, and he walked him. Second walk of the ball game. Brian Roberts gets it, and it will come with 1 away here in the 6th inning, and give Nick Markakis a chance in that cleanup spot. 300 on the button with the 0 for 2 that he's had here. He's hit well against Sonnenstein. He's had 5 hits in 16 at bats against the Tampa Bay starter. On at first base, Roberts, 1 down. Markakis will take the fastball up high, and that will send Zahn out as Sonnenstein has lost that release point. So they'll try and break that rhythm and get him back on another track here. Trying to secure himself at least a look to get a spot in the rotation for next year. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, on the phone to the bullpen, sensing the Sonnenstein's deliveries right now that may be running out of gas. Keep in mind that he hasn't had a major league. He's only had 1 major league start since coming back from AAA, where he spent 9 starts over 2 months. As Jim mentioned, he came on in relief in his last appearance, and then the only start since his return was on Labor Day.
Yeah, on Nick Markakis, the last time up, Grant Balfour is going to get up and get loose, but Nick swung at a pitcher's pitch early in the count with Brian at first, and there's another one. Said he doesn't look for a breaking ball. That's a pretty good curveball to be chasing in a hitter's count. Because you know he wants to get to 200 hits. Not that it's a bad swing, just way out in front of him.
He showed us that good curveball a couple of times. That's been his changeup pitch. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Roberts not a big lead at first. Markakis will then have to take the fastball, and the count's 2-2.
Again, he's very much like Brad Bergeson, the young pitcher who came up for the Orioles, and He's very difficult to run on because he's so quick to the plate. There's a little bit, a lot of times you'll slide step where you just slide that front leg. So again, you'd want to be 1.3 seconds or less to give the catcher a good time to throw somebody out.
And takes the count 3-2.
Of course, the key to doing all those things, holding the runner, holding the ball sometimes, slide stepping, is to still make good pitches to one of the better young hitters at the plate. And that's Markakis or whoever's up there.
3-2, and the advantage, we'll see if Roberts takes off or not here. Only one down. He does. 3-2 delivery is in the air to center field. Upton started back. He'll have plenty of time to regroup. Markakis retired for the second out. Roberts goes back to first base. That will bring up Melvin Mora. Melvin hitting .290 with runners in scoring position, has scored one of the runs on the Wieters sac fly. Roberts scored the other on a double by Luke Scott. Melvin Mora gets his second RBI opportunity of the game as he came up with Roberts on in the fourth inning and popped out. Now he's got Roberts on in the sixth inning. 2 down.
Boy, they play Melvin Mora to pull in the outfield. I've never seen any team play. I mean, there's your left fielder. I mean, normally your left fielder plays over here against. They must know something that I've never seen. Is he going to hang a slider?
We don't see Melvin pull the ball into the left field corner very often.
Well, if he does, he didn't want to do that now. Just hit a single over shortstop.
And a pitch away from the D, a breaking ball down and away. And it's a strike call.
You would think that if Crawford's going to play that far over, that Upton would move with him, but he's maybe a step and a half.
See if Mora can get Roberts around. Brian, of course, with 2 down, will be running on contact here, so he'll have the good jump. Sonnenstein's 0-1 delivery. That one is going to be a base hit into left field. Crawford will come get it. Moore is on with a single, his second hit, 2 for 3 in the ball game. And the Orioles with 2 down have runners at first and second base.
Well, this is what you're looking at. There's your shortstop. You just 5.5 hole. That's third baseman's 5, shortstop 6. 5.5 is where Tony Gwynn made his living.
And that's going to be it for Sonnenstein.
It's a tough league when you get relieved giving up 3 hits.
I suspect, I was going to say not so much because of the numbers he's put up here, but just because he hasn't pitched that much at the major league level over the last 3 months. And Madden will come get him. Sonnenstein coming out. The Orioles have the 2-1 lead, trying to add to it here in the 6th. Just trying to get himself back in major league shape. the start he had tonight, and Grant Belfour out of the bullpen.
Yeah, last year, one of those special years. I mean, he struck out over 12 batters, lowest ERA around. I mean, struck out last year over 36% of the batters he faced. This year, of course, his last start, 2-1 ball game came in, and Jorge Posada up in New York pinch hit a 3-run home run. So again, a power pitcher. Normally will throw anywhere from 92 to 95. He's got a big breaking ball. 3 blown saves last 17 games, which kind of talks about what's gone on with the Rays bullpen ever since August 7th.
He will face Luke Scott. Sonnenstein will watch. Sonnenstein could be the loser. Can't win in this ball game. Scott an RBI double, and he is flied out the DH. 2 down, and goes out to the first pitch and pops it up. Longoria. Wind blowing it around. Stays with it and gets it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a couple are left on base. 6 complete. The Orioles lead it 2-1.
To Zach Britton, Brandon Waring, and Caleb Joseph, who were all on hand to receive the award before the game. Britton was the Carolina League Pitcher of the Year, Single A Frederick. Brandon Waring won the Brooks Robinson Minor League Player of the Year award for the organization. And Caleb Joseph, he won the Elrod Hendricks Community Service Award. That's a nice award to get. I also want to mention that Brian Mattis received the Jim Palmer Minor League Pitcher of the Year award. Gary?
Ever, thank you. Congratulations to all of the winners, and enjoying a night at the Yard. A little late rain coming down again. A 2-1 Orioles lead as we go to the 7th inning. Evan Longoria had a walk and flied out. He was left at the plate. And a very special happy birthday, Neil Milton, 39 years old. Think that's true? Huh? Neil, you 39? 29, he said. Yeah, 29's closer, I agree. You look 29, too. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Pulled the string on in that time, 2-2.
Yeah. Fastball hitter. Of course, he can hit anything, but really good fastball hitter, fastball count. And not only did he pull the string, it was a quality changeup with great depth, great finish to it.
2-2 delivery on the way, and that pitch is going to be taken up high, and the count will go to 3-2. Longoria trying to get on. A close ball game here, 7th inning, 2-1.
84 pitches for Chris Tillman. This will be number 85.
And the 3-2 is going to be a base hit up the middle. So Longoria is on with a leadoff single here in the 7th inning. The only other leadoff man came in the 6th, and it was Greg Zahn who delivered the home run against Tillman. So that's going to be 4 hits now for the Rays. Orioles have just 3, but have the 2-1 lead.
Well, that unearned run, and Of course, right here in the old days, if you were a starting pitcher, you're figuring, okay, the guy at first base is the tying run. The guy at home plate is the go-ahead run. So what do I want to do? I want to make sure is that he hits the ball. If he's going to try to hit it into the hole, advance the runner, make him hit the ball left field. Double play will still be in order. Stay away from the sacrifice fly situation.
Zobrist has had an 0 for 2. Still hitting above 400 against the Orioles on the season, and a 282 overall average. 0-1 delivery on the way. We talked about tack-on runs last night, and we are searching for the derivation of that term. Jim Hunter went searching along with us today and found a headline in the paper in Detroit today: tack-on runs haunt Tigers and lost to Royals. That was the headline. It was actually a Kansas City paper. Ground ball to Brian Roberts. Can they do it? As Torres one relay. Not in time. Force out. Zobrist on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, it looked like that ball may get into center field. Brian makes an awfully good play. But again, Zobrist coming out. You can see him take off. Good speed. 16 steals. Tough backhand play.
In the article today in the newspaper, it said that in the Dixon Baseball Dictionary, the term tack-on is used as in insurance. It says the addition of runs to an existing lead to create a lead that the opposition will probably not be able to surmount, as in an insurance run. Well, yeah, but that doesn't help us in the definition, and I haven't been able to find really where it comes from. There's no question that's what it means, and that tack-on runs is used, but still trying to figure out what the derivation of it is.
Of course, that was an 11-1 game last night.
Yeah, that was some tack-on. Here's Pat Burrell. Anything scored here, maybe the 7th inning, is not a tack-on run by either team. 2-1 ball game. And there's Hannon Elvers in the pen.
And of course, he goes fine.
2-0 the count. Burrell has flied out and grounded out. Zobrist, pretty good lead at first, not going. Tillman's pitch fouled away. 2-1.
Yeah, ground ball of one of your infielders, and you can just go in and sit down. And of course, Burrell last night, as you mentioned, Gary, the 3-run home run, RBI single up the middle. Big, strong guy, but slow of foot.
2-1 delivery to him. Tillman has worked 6 2/3 innings twice this year. He's got one down here in the 7th, and a 3-ball 1-strike count on Burrell with Ibar and Upton due up.
Yeah, a lot of change-ups here in the 7th inning, and he's not commanding other than the one he threw to Longoria.
And the fastball Burrell wanted to jump on, he got, but he ends up fouling it back. Pat Burrell has seemingly found a way out of the slump he was in. 1 for 19 coming into this ball game. Then he had a 2 for 2 in the ball game last night. First 2 pitches he saw in the game, in fact, he ended up getting hits on, including a home run, his 14th of the year. 0 for 2 tonight. 3-2 count, 1 down. And the runner not going at first. High in the air to left. Fiorentino says, I got it. 2 down. So Tillman able to get that out. And what Dave Tremblay was talking about in pitchers learning and growing and being tested is something you're seeing here in the case with Tillman. You could go into the bullpen right now, get him out of there, bring in a fresh arm to look for the final 2 outs or 1 out. But at this point of the season, why not give Tillman a chance to work his way out of his own small jam? And that's exactly what Dave Tremblay is doing.
Well, that's why even at the minor leagues, and I think the one, and Dave talked about it, how hard you have to work. Now, obviously, this is a close game, has been a close game, and you got to work a little bit harder. Every pitch does mean something, but if you don't get in these situations, how do you ever learn? And how do you learn when maybe you're a little bit tired? I mean, part of the process, whether you're 6'5" like Tillman or you're 6 feet like Birkin, is when you're a little bit tired, okay, I got to slow everything down, get over my front side, bring the ball down. Well, if you never have a chance to do it, how do you ever learn it?
Well, he's learning it hard here. That's going to be a base hit, and over to third base will go the potential tying run as Zobrist Gets to third on the Ibar single. Ibar 1 for 3 in the ball game. Now first and third with 2 down.
And that wasn't a bad pitch. It was just a curveball that ended up in the middle of the plate. It's very much like the one Wieters hit off of Neiman last night for a 2-run single to put him ahead.
He had that one more batter to get out, and that was going to be Ibar. That is going to be it for him. So he has again matched his high in innings pitched at 6 2/3, surrendering just 1 run in the ball game so far. He's coming up. Matt Albers coming on. Only 5 hits with 2 on.
And only 1 run, so it leaves up to the bullpen. Matt Albers will come on. Struggled the other night. That was in a game that the Orioles would lose early, 4-1 lead, would lose at 8-4. 3 hits, couple of walks, and an inning in 2/3. But the one number that really scares you, 26 inherited runners in scoring position, 18 have scored.
Well, there are 2 on here with 2 down. First and third with Zobrist and Ibar. There's Zobrist and Ibar, and Upton's got a chance to tie it up.
So again, you're a good fastball hitter at the plate. Doesn't mean you can't throw him a fastball, but Matt, when he's pitching well, sinks the ball. The other night got hurt with some breaking balls to left-handed batters.
Upton is 2 for 7 off Matt Albers, and a 2-0 count with Zahn waiting on deck.
And you're looking right now, if you throw him a fastball in the middle of the plate, at a 3-run home run. I mean, that's the kind of power. Even though he's had the shoulder problem all year long, had it operated on in the offseason, only had 1 good month this year, and that was June.
Ground ball down to third will be foul. He's hitting only .225 with runners in scoring position this season. But the expression you see right there in body language kind of sums up what the season has been like.
Well, if he gets healthy, the Rays will even be better. I mean, you look at their record at 73 and 72, but they've lost 12 out of 13. They're playing pretty decent ball till then.
And that's on the outside corner for a strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Upton.
And Gary, whatever that felt like, boy, this is what you got to bottle if you're Matt Albers. I mean, sinking fastball, hardly anything you can do with that.
2-2.
Can you repeat it? That's the big question.
Right here. Set up on the outside corner. 2-2 delivery. Swung on and missed. Albers got him. 2 left on. It remains the Orioles up by 1. Tonight's 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
A lot of first pitch outs. And then what did Dave Tremblay say? If you're going to beat the Tampa Bay, they come in fourth and run score in the American League, you better pitch well. Matt Alberts comes out and gets Upton to get out of the inning. And that's pretty much what team pitching is all about.
Now the Orioles are going to hope to take advantage of this bullpen that other teams have taken advantage of, especially over the last 3 weeks. As the Tampa Bay pen has really struggled, the Orioles would like to get, obviously, something more than a one-run lead here.
You know, if you look back last year, Tampa Bay goes from 61 wins to 97, and the big question was, how can we get their bullpen better? Well, Balfour is one of those guys. They got up from Milwaukee. He had one of those incredible years, but again, this year not be able to do it quite as well, along with Wheeler, even J.P. Howell, who was very good until that magic day. It seemed like August 7th, and since then they're something like 13 and 25, so they really struggled, and the bullpen's been a big part of it.
All right, let's see if the Orioles can get to it here and put some more runs up on the board in the latter part of the ball game. Balfour will stay out, as he was able to get the out he needed coming out of the pen on just a pitch. That will bring up Matt Wieters to start the bottom half of the 7th inning, as Wieters has an RBI and a sac fly and is also grounded out. Officially 0 for 1 in the ball game. Balfour's delivery, that'll be taken down low for a ball. Just how much of a difference this season has been for Balfour. The opponent's batting average is more than 100 points higher this year than it was last year when he was so effective. They are hitting 245 off him this year. They hit 143 last year off Balfour. I mean, 143 is a pretty amazing
well,
number.
That's one of the problems. He was so good last year. Dennis Arfate actually was a teammate with him in Milwaukee, and he's a high energy guy. And I was introduced to him the other day, and I said, you know, one of the things when you are high energy, as we look at Brian Schaus, who has pitched in the first 2 games of this 4-game series, or maybe we'll see him again, is to be able to relax. And then, of course, when everything, and it's a lot easier to relax when things are going well. And last year, it doesn't mean that it just happens, because he really put a lot of effort into it. But this is the big turnout. You have the worst bullpen in 50 years back in 2007, and then you've made some changes. You got Balfour, you got Wheeler, you moved Howell out of a starting rotation into the bullpen, and all of a sudden Joe Madden along with Troy Percival, who's coaching Little League, you have a pretty serviceable bullpen.
Matt Wieters is going to fight off another one, and the count will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. The overall numbers for the Tampa Bay bullpen are still good on the season, but they've not been good when they've needed it most. You can see the rain still falling here at Camden Yards, enough for the umbrellas to be up. It has come and gone. Nicole Sherry, the head groundskeeper here at Oriole Park, has been out between innings talking to the umpires about the weather, but they've made no effort to move out and cover the field here, and certainly right now it's still playable. Want to remind you that the Orioles and Oriole Wives have teamed up with the Maryland SPCA for the special souvenir for all O's fans. It's the 2010 Orioles Pet Calendar. 16 months of your favorite players, their pets, lovable cats and dogs, and the proceeds benefit the Maryland SPCA in their work with homeless pets. To get your Orioles Pet Calendar, you need only go to Orioles.com. Ty Wigginton up. Wigginton with 1 down. He has flied out and struck out in the ball game. Balfour getting the strikeout. Only 3 Orioles have struck out in this game. Andy Sonnenstein left, giving up 2 runs, 1 earned on just 3 hits in 5 2/3 innings. He walked 2, struck out 2, and Balfour on in his stead. 0-2 delivery. Wigginton will fight that one off the other way. It stays at 2 strikes. Baez up in the pen for the O's. $10,548 the announced attendance. Here's the 0-2 delivery on the way. Wigginton off the end of the bat to second base. Iwamura. 2 down. Two away, nobody on. And that'll bring up Jeff Fiorentino. Fiorentino has grounded out and popped out. Balfour up high with it for a ball. Fiorentino certainly has made his presence felt in limited opportunities. One by the way he has played in the field, and the other by the fact he's one of those unusual slash hitters that we don't see many of in the game anymore. He's willing to just punch balls into right or left field, take a pitch where it is, and just get it over the head of the infielders. That doesn't mean he can't hit with some power, as he was trying to do right there, but it's not his game. 1-2.
And he may be a guy. I mean, you just don't know how that translates in the American League East when you're trying to beat the Red Sox and the Yankees with the best offense, and then you got these guys with the fourth best offense. But he certainly is showing everybody that might even be a National League player.
Yep,
coming
exactly.
off the bench. Real good outfielder. Not a great arm, but he can go get the ball, and he can steal some bases.
He's a specialized player that a team that, as you say, may have room for by looking at the style of play, and it is more of a National League kind of game.
And that's what this month is for him. So he'll take advantage of it. I would have liked to have seen Adam Jones play the rest of the season, maybe hit 25 home runs, and we know how good he is in center field, but this is a great opportunity, not only for him but PA. And
yep. Nolan Reimold, that Achilles tendon problem, kicked up on him the other night. That is inside. Did he go? Yes, he is out of there. So 1-2-3 inning for Belfour. Gets a couple of strikeouts in the inning. Fiorentino didn't think he went around on that, but he'll lose the battle.
last night, tonight's about clutch hitting. Who makes the plays, who doesn't? Does your starting pitcher pitch well? Does your catcher throw out runners? Weeder does it a couple of times against the always fleet Carl Crawford. Zahn with a home run. Tillman leads with a 2-1 lead. Alvarez comes on to stop him. Lou Scott, of course, with that double to drive in Roberts, who reached on the air. Melvin Moore early on for the first run. And now it comes up to the bullpen. But Eddie Baez very good last night. When he came in and ball was sinking 94 miles per hour, I said, boy, whatever that felt like, just do it. He said, well, it was pretty easy last night. But that's, we know, not always the case. Terrific stuff. It's about, can you get the ball down in the strike zone? And when he does, he is very difficult to hit.
It'll be Zahn, Iwamura, and Bartlett coming up. Baez making his 6th appearance against Tampa Bay on the season. Zahn delivered a home run his last at bat, 1 for 2. For Baez in the 5 games, he has worked 6 innings, given up 3 runs on 3 hits. The Rays hitting only 136 off him this season. Zahn takes it, and it is a strike call. Zahn, the only run that Tampa Bay's put up. It's been up and down for Tampa Bay as far as run production is concerned. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's a ground ball to Brian Roberts at second base. And Zahn is retired. 1 away in the 8th inning. Time to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. Chris Tillman, a run on 5 hits, 6 2/3, could be the winning pitcher. Luke Scott has delivered an RBI double in the ball game. Melvin Mora has had a double and a single and a run scored. You can text in your vote A, B, or C to 51862.
And of course, the loss of Carlos Pena with his 39 home runs, 100 RBIs. But another thing, on base percentage, Gold Gloveness down at first base, 91 runs. He's gone for the year with 2 broken fingers, pins in them for a couple of weeks, and expected to recover for next season. Dynamic offensive player.
It'll be very tough for Pena to have to watch the rest of the season and the team struggle the way it has, and he may lose a chance to be the home run leader. He's still up by 4. He's got 39. Pena does. Mark Teixeira's got 35. Teixeira's got a chance to be both a home run and RBI champion. Teixeira's got 111 RBIs. Longoria 103 is second in that department. So Pena will just sit and watch, and the rain continues to fall here. They're going to try and play this game through, though. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way. That'll be up high for a ball. Don't forget, the final game of this series will be played tomorrow night with Mark Hendrickson getting the start, the lefty 5-4 against Wade Davis, who is 0-1. Then the Red Sox will be in for Friday, Saturday nights, and Sunday afternoon. Is Torres off the wet surface? Make sure and gets it over there. Iwamura is retired.
Boy, and that's what you like to see off of Danny Baez. He's got the splitter that goes down when he's throwing well, the sinker, hard slider.
2 down, bases empty. Bartlett at the top of the orders had an 0 for 3. He is 3 for 12 in this 3-game set so far.
Boy, has he had a great year.
And that is down low for a ball. Raining a little harder. Fans moving up and underneath, as the umbrellas aren't going to quite do it anymore. Unless you've got a really big umbrella.
Or unless you're a mascot, then you got your costume on.
Swung out and missed, 0-2.
Well, you know, one year when we had Randy Macho Man Savage come up to, we were doing a game in New York, and he came in and he had his cape. You know, he's worldwide Wrestling Federation, and he's a big guy. He talks very funny. And I said, you didn't really? How'd you get up here? And he said, I don't know, Southwest Airlines or whatever. I said, did you wear the costume? No, I didn't. No, Randy. And he's a big guy. He was a baseball player with the Senators.
1-2 delivery ripped in the air to left and diving and not getting it. Fiorentino throw to second is going to hold the runner at first. Almost had the glove on it, but couldn't hang on. And is he all right?
Yeah, might have landed on the ball. So trying it sinking. Yeah, rolled probably right on the ball. But Abel, boy, this is one you don't want getting by you. So the glove couldn't get it quite underneath it. Tremendous effort. Wet field. Readers has thrown out Crawford, who's at the plate twice. Do you think that Bartlett with 24 steals may run? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Wet track.
Baez will step off. They both freeze and stare at one another. A perfect baseball moment right there. Norman Rockwell would have caught that had he been in the right position.
Speaking of Norman Rockwell, Brooks will be here. That's one of the great.
That is one of the great pictures.
Rockwell picture. Brooks handing a ball, I think, or an autograph. One of the classics.
Friday night, Brooksy will be here at Camden Yards to present Melvin Mora with a specially signed base, actually, for recognition of Melvin now having played a third, the second most games in Orioles history. 1-0 count to Carl Crawford, 2 singles, and is flied out. Bear in mind, this ball game is very much up for grabs here. It's only 2-1 in the 8th inning, and this is the number 2 hitter in the lineup, so the best of the orders right here. Tremblay checking, I'm sure, the numbers on his bullpen against Joe Madden's hitters. 1-1. Fastball that will miss inside. 2-ball, 1 strike count.
Well, if you can get out of this inning with a lead, then it's still somewhat, because in jeopardy because Jim Johnson has just been struggling. Doesn't mean he certainly can't come in. Did get a tune-up last night, but it wasn't easy, and it hasn't over his last 4 or 5 starts.
That pitch is going to be taken to center field. PA. He's got it. Good job by Baez. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning and a 2-1 Orioles lead. In a row against Tampa Bay on mascot and affiliates night, and they're all here. Crawford twice trying to steal, twice Matt Wieters gunned him down once to end the inning, leaving Longoria at the plate. Luke Scott delivering the RBI double that came in the 4th inning. Wieters a sac fly for the other, and the Oriole fans have seen a well-pitched, well-played ball game. 2-1 O's on top. It's raining hard. They're going to try desperately to keep this game going, but it's really pouring.
Big drops. Brian Schaus at 40. Well, you're 40 years old. You've pitched in this trying to keep the hand dry. You can't go to the rosin bag. I mean, that's the biggest problem, because it's soaked.
Boy, this is tough.
Yeah, they came out and put the purpose on out there, so at least that push-off foot, if you're a pitcher, and the landing foot might be a little drier. And of course, I mean, this is a heavy rain.
This wasn't this time of year, and this in the ball.
Well, but you still can't play when conditions get this bad. Just put the tarp on. It's not that hard.
Nicole Sherry, the groundskeeper, has been out there talking to the crew chief, Dale Scott, at second base between innings, and that's Scott's decision. Nobody has come out around the tarp for the crew, and it's pouring.
Well, I always thought the premise was that when it rains this hard, you put the tarp on so the field doesn't get so wet. Now, we know this has great drainage, but the infield doesn't. I mean, that's the way they've always done it.
It's dramatically slowing down now, though.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean,
it's pouring. Here's the 1-2 delivery, and PA. This will be interesting. Nobody wants to go after this. Zobrist, second baseman, and a fine play. Oh my, Akinori Iwamura, how did you do that? PA retired. Hope you'll join us again tomorrow, as it'll be Mark Henderson taking the mound against Wade Davis in the series finale. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 6:30 with those extra presented by AT&T, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on MASN.
Do you think maybe that the ground crew that has come behind the tarp might be a little shove and push to Dale Scott to say maybe
Dave Tremblay's going, what in the love of the baseball gods is going on here? How can we still be playing? I mean, it's just pouring. Fouled off, as is the Orioles' tourist bats. He has walked 0 for 2 officially, and
there we go.
The delay.
Yeah, well, subtle hint, 12 guys coming out with a tarp and all that.
Yeah, they had hoped it was just going to blow over and wouldn't last, but it is raining too hard to play, so the tarp is going to come out. And it will come here in the 8th inning, with the Orioles leading it by a score of 2-1, and as Torres batting. Tillman, pitcher of record for the Orioles, a run on 5 hits, 6 2/3. He had 1 walk, no strikeouts. Albers came on for a third of an inning and got a strikeout, and Baez worked the last inning and is still in there, gave up 1 hit. Andy Sonnenstein, 2 runs, 1 hit, 2 runs, 1 earned, 3 hits over 5 2/3. Belfour worked an inning in the third with a couple of strikeouts. Now Schaus is on, and we will have a rain delay. inning. Howe will come on for Schaus, who worked the third of an inning. He was pitching when the rain delay occurred. We are in the 8th inning with 1 down, and the Orioles batting, leading the Rays by a score of 2-1. And the defense back out on the field. Joe Madden, there you go, looking at his card and going, all right, we're ready to go. And it'll be Asturias coming up. Asturias and then Roberts. PA started the inning by popping out in the rain. Asturias with an 0-1 count that will be resumed here. And a very long rain delay, obviously. And a lot of the drying agent put down on the field. And right now it is not raining at all.
Yeah, everybody ready to go. J.P. Howe pitched on Monday, hitting a walk, got out of the inning. It's been a struggle. He was their closer, and he was doing a good job. ERA really going into August 7th was 186. Since then, 10 runs in 10 and a third innings. Now, he's a finesse pitcher. Good changeup. Didn't see the curveball on Monday night. Didn't need to use it.
So Asturias will stand in, and the Orioles will try and put up 1 or more runs here in the inning against him with 1 down. The pitch is going to be in there for a strike, and 0-2 with 1 away.
Well, it's amazing how your fortune can change. 2 home runs in his first 49 appearances, 5 in the last 17.
Right back to him. Howe's got it. Makes a throw over to first base to Ibar for the out. Asturias is retired, and there are 2 down here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, he's got the very peculiar follow through, and he gets them to coax them, I suppose. Hit a ball right to where he's kneeling.
There will be a save situation here if the score doesn't change, and Jim Johnson, the closer, will have the opportunity, looks like, to come after it. There he is, warming up in the bullpen. We resume at 10:45. It was an hour and 40 minutes in the delay. 2 down. That'll be fouled off. Brian Roberts reached on an error in the 4th inning and scored on an RBI double by Luke Scott. That unearned run is the difference in the ball game right now. Matt Wieters got an RBI after Mora doubled in the 2nd. He moved over to 3rd on a fly ball by Scott and scored on the Wieters sac fly. Those are the 2 runs for the Orioles. Greg's on a home run for Tampa Bay, and that'll be a base hit into center field. So Brian Roberts gets a 2-out single here in the 8th inning.
Well, we talked about the peculiar, looks like that front foot just slid out from, and then again, of course, it's wet. They put down the drying agent.
Both feet went skimming along.
Well, I think that front foot just slid a couple of inches, and then, as we mentioned when he pitched the other night, Mitch Williams was a pitcher for Texas, and then for the Phillies, the 93, in fact, in the World Series.
Had him picked off, but a balk is called, I believe, at first base. That's why he had him picked off.
I think Brian went on his first move, and of course, what does your right leg do if you're a left-handed reliever or left-handed pitcher? If it goes behind the pitcher rubber, you cannot. And you know, he's pointing. I don't know what it is, but that leg appeared to me look like he was behind the pitching rubber. So you cannot go to first.
Brian would have had that anyway.
Yeah. He went on the first move, and that's what you do against even some of the lefties with the good moves. And it's just a calculated risk, and then you'll try to outrun the ball if he does throw over there.
Nick Markakis 0 for 3. He has flied out 3 times in the ball game. Nick gets the RBI chance here in the bottom half of the 8th inning with 2 down. Markakis 3 for 9 lifetime off J.P. Howell. Markakis has had just 1 hit and 11 at bats in this 3-game set so far. There'll be another game tomorrow night to wrap up this 4-game series. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. 10,548 was the announced attendance tonight. There may be 100 people plus to watch the end of this ball game here after that rain, and it has turned considerably colder. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and that is a strike taken. 1-2 on Markakis.
Oh yeah, because of the changeup, it's only given up 1 home run. Lefties hitting 270, righties, and there's right on the corner, outside corner, low and away. 259 by the right-handers, but or actually make it 159 by the right-hander. So that changeup at the home run, 6 against right-handed pitching, only 1 against lefties.
1-2 delivery on the way. That is down low. It's interesting that right-handed number. He's only given up 25 hits and 157 at bats to right-handers, but 6 of the 25 have been home runs. Very high percentage and a very good opposing batting average.
Well, he's more about location and deception. And again, that great changeup. Not too many lefties throw it to other lefties.
2-2 count. Roberts off second base. Markakis will take it, and it's going to be inside. And Nick works the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Markakis. With Roberts on at second base, 2-1 ball game. And a very important run out there if Markakis can get it home. Nick 268 off the lefties, 324 off right-handers. 3-2. Long look by Howell. And walking. He's having trouble again slipping on the follow through there. It's got to bother you. I mean, you may have already released the ball, but your mind's telling you something else is going to happen.
Well, he's always done that. It's very unusual. Obviously, if you had a kid in Little League, you'd say, young man, we're not going to do it that way. Had a kid down in Palm Beach Gardens actually hit the fence. And I said, this is going to be injurious to your health and my reputation. We have to kind of get a little straighter to home plate. Of course, when you're 10, you can kind of lift him up and put him back on the mound and steer him in the right direction.
Here's Melvin Mora, 3 for 9 off Howell. 2 on, 2 down. Melvin's had a big night already. Inside for a ball. He's had a double, a single, 2 for 3, and a run scored. Melvin's extended his hit streak tonight to 4 games. During the hit streak, he has picked up 6 hits in 14 at bats. Mora with 2 away. Off speed, 1-1.
There's that changeup. And as I said, Monday night, it is so effective because of the arm speed. The illusion is it's a fastball, and he just turns it over a little bit. Good movement. They still play Melvin down in that corner. Carl Crawford, the left fielder, he's hugging the line down there. Huge gap in left center field.
And the 1-1 is going to be swung on and missed. Pitcher of record for the Orioles is Chris Tillman, trying to win his 3rd. He gave up a run on 5 hits and 6 2/3. Albers the 3rd of an inning with a strikeout. Baez worked an inning and a 3rd and gave up just 1 hit. Andy Sonnenstein, the Rays starter, could lose it. He gave up 2 runs, 1 earned in 5 2/3 innings, only 3 hits. 1-2 delivery on the way. Melvin Mora swings and misses. Tag will be put on, and that will do it in the inning. No runs on 1 hit, 2 are left on. Jim Johnson comes on in a save situation. .com and by Acura Advance. With Jim Palmer and Amber Theo Harris, I'm Gary Thorne. Soggy night here at Camden Yards. The Orioles, though, will take it if they can get the win. The young man hanging on to the bitter end here as Jim Johnson comes on to try and put it away.
Yeah, last save back the end of August against Cleveland, so their hits a little bit higher than you would expect because he's got outstanding stuff. Rick Cranett, the Oriole pitching coach, said confidence down a little bit, command with it. So Jim comes in. A hit and a walk last night against the Rays, and you hope that he'll be a little bit on. The guys that are scheduled to hit, the first 3 guys, are only 2 for 14 off of Jim.
Evan Longoria will lead it off here against Johnson. 1 for 6. The hit he has against him is a home run, and he takes the first pitch for a strike. Longoria's had a single, 1 for 2, and a walk in the ball game. Couple of hits and 10 at bats so far in the series. Good pitch, Johnson inside to him, 0-2.
Well, you don't find pitchers with a whole lot of better stuff than Jim Johnson. But lately, just a little bit off, whatever it is. Release point, confidence, combination of the two.
Longoria, the 0-2 delivery on the way. That'll be chopped off. Big rain delay in Atlanta tonight. A lot of finals, but on the East Coast, Atlanta's just in the 5th inning against the Mets, so they had a long delay before they got their ball game started. That rain that we've seen, part of it at least, coming up from the south. 0-2 count, Longoria. 30 home runs on the season, 103 RBIs. A real danger leading it off. 0-2 outside. 1 ball, 2 strike count.
And that was the changeup, just pulled it off the corner.
Oriole bullpen in the 3 games so far has gotten it done. The Oriole bullpen 7 1/3 innings without giving up a run. 1-2 delivery. Ground ball toward short is Torres on the big hump. And Longoria is retired. 1 away. Updating you on tonight's voting for the AT&T Player of the Game. Right now, it is the starter. Chris Tillman has got a chance to be the winner on top. Scott and Moore are your choices. Text A, B, or C to 51862. Final results coming up on the O's Extra Post Game Show. Alvin Morris had a double, single, and a run scored in the ball game. Luke Scott an RBI double and 3 times up. Ben Zobrist 0 for 3 in the game, 4 for 11 in the series. Zobrist will take the pitch down low. Another home run threat with 23 homers.
As we mentioned earlier, hadn't hit a home run in 19 games. Certainly would like to get one up in the air.
He is 1 for 3 off Johnson, and the pitch is outside.
Well, Steve Henderson, his hitting instructor, said when he came up, at least early last year, had a thumb injury, so it was in the minor league, but he was very tentative. Not anymore. Fastball hitter, and he knows he can hit it.
That one will be fouled straight back.
Right into the Rays television booth.
Wanted to make sure they were still in the ball game. And a 2-ball, 1 strike count to Zobrist. Yankees came back against Toronto. They were down 4-2. They won it 5-4. Yankees marching on towards the postseason and a division title. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Zobrist will take that, and it misses. And the count goes to 3-1. Sure looks like in the postseason it's going to be the Red Sox in the wild card taking on the Angels again. 3-1 delivery, and that's a strike call. Zobrist was ready to go down to first base.
Well, that's his job. If you get a fastball you can hit, he thinks this ball's off the outside corner, which it was. So the Orioles get a break there. Good running fastball, and I tell you, that's probably the only pitch that Mike DeMuro has actually expanded zone all night long.
3-2 delivery, hitting the air to center field on his way back. PA looking. Goodbye home run. Ben Zobrist has just tied this ball game up at 2 in the top of the 9th inning with a homer off Jim Johnson after an hour and 40-minute rain delay.
Well, fastball hitter, he eventually gets it. There it is. It's down, but it's right down the middle. So here's a guy that was a utility guy, still is. But he utilizes the long ball to tie the game up.
Well, that's the one Tampa Bay was looking for, and the 2 starters are now non-decisioned in the game, and Zobrist has brought him right back. And there wasn't much question about that one. Here's the 0-1 delivery on the way to Pat Burrell. And Burrell will take the pitch, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Zobrist now with 24 home runs and 75 RBIs on the season. That'll be inside out to right, not deep. Markakis, 2 down. Non-save opportunities, that ERA way up. Save opportunities still high, almost 4.
Well, he's just been out of sorts for about 2.5 months, because when Jim Johnson is relaxed and throwing the ball well, the ball sinks. The problem with Zobrist, he just got behind him. So he saw actually 6 pitches. Russ Springer getting loose. The 40-year-old right-hander saw him on Monday night. So you take a good fastball hitter and throw him 6 straight fastballs and one's in the middle of the plate, he's probably going to have a good swing.
And he did, and we're tied. The 8th home run surrendered by Johnson on the season in 64 innings pitched. Here's Ibar down to first, right into the glove of Wigginton. That will do it in the inning, but not before Zobrist delivers the homer. We'll go to the bottom of the 9th in a 2-2 game.
Appearance, he hasn't retired a batter. All 6 batters have reached. As Torres the other night in a line drive, Joe Madden came out. So again, he's been around 17 years in the big league. 7 teams, couple of years in the postseason. Was throwing hard the other night, but as Torres hit a line drive left center field for a base hit.
2-2 ball game. The Orioles here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Scott Wieters and Wigginton will be due up. Chris Richard has come on to play at first base in place of Ibar. Well, we'll see what works here or not. Springer had not worked for a long time. The appearance that he made yesterday was the first time on this long road trip that he had appeared in a ball game because he'd been so ineffective. Left-handers hitting .338 off him, right-handers .271, and he was simply sitting out there in the bullpen and watching games. And now with this rain delay ball game going to the bottom of the 9th, he'll get a chance here to try and regroup. Luke Scott will come up. Scott has an RBI double. He is 1 for 3 in the ball game. Howell worked an inning, gave up a hit and 1 walk, but got out of that 8th when the Orioles left a couple on base. Orioles have stranded 6. The Jays have left 4 on. Luke hitting at .258. 22nd home run came in the ball game last night. Against the shift, he takes the pitch away for a ball.
Well, off the lefty, and He's done that quite a few times. Brian Schaus is looking at that ball with disdain. Didn't mean to give up the home run. This Luke, a very, very strong guy. They play him to pull again. The shift is on.
The 1-0 is right there, and a 1-ball 1-strike count from Springer. Longoria stayed in case there might be a bunt attempt. Now moves way out. He had been playing almost on the grass at third, and now jogs out to the shift position.
And the outfield, they usually play shallow, very, very deep. Crawford's way out left center.
1-1. Crawford's almost one of the few spectators left.
Yeah.
If he took 3 more steps, he'd be in the first row of seats out in left field. And just as far Upton in center, barely visible. Two ball, 1-strike count on Scott. Orioles need 1 to win it right here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-1 pitch. Check swing.
Okay, when you're going well, that ball stays fair. That's what Ortiz did when the Orioles were up in Boston. Check swing single. If you had a little soft line drive, and excuse me, just check swing down the third baseline, you probably would get a double as deep as
at least
Crawford is. Yeah.
2 ball, 2-strike count on him. Scott like to end it right here with 1 swing of the bat. 2-2 delivery to him up high.
Well, we told you about the strategy. A lot of teams, they just try to pound him in, but I think Russ Springer he's always had a pretty good breaking ball, but hasn't thrown it. That's the way they try to get him out. He's trying to hit the outside corner.
Base is empty and a 3-2. And walked him. So the Orioles get the potential winning run on with a leadoff walk in the 9th inning. Springer gives it up. Only the 4th walk the Orioles have picked up in the ball game tonight. Randy Choate ready in the bullpen. The left-hander will get a pinch runner for the Orioles. Andino. Robert Andino will run for Scott. All right, let's see how Dave Tremblay plays this. Matt Wieters coming up, sac fly. He is struck out and grounded out. Longoria will play even with the bag at third against him. Matt rarely, if ever, called upon to bunt. What you want to stay out of here, of course, is the double play ball.
Yeah, none in the big leagues to this point.
Not here either. In the air, left center field. That is near the wall, and goodbye, home run! A game-winning 2 RBI homer by Matt Wieters. He has done it again. Second game in a row that Wieters gets the game winner, and Dino scores ahead of him. The players imitating his running style as he jumps on the plate. Well, he's had a heck of a series against Tampa Bay. That is his 7th home run of the season. RBIs 33 and 34, and the Orioles put it in the books as a win, 4-2. Now that will take care of this one in the bottom of the 9th.